Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do, and everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That oblique is gonna dictate everything that you do, and everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain, and everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues. Model affliction, model affliction, model
And we are live. I pressed the wrong button. So, early start. So, well done. Thank you very much. Sorry about that abrupt start to the model Affliction. But this is... today's going to be a little bit different because I think we're sort of blending into the philosophy sort of side of it, and today's an ideal chance to go over paralogisms. May sound like a big word, but it's a little bit tricky to actually work out what a paralogism is, so I think I was hoping we could go over it tonight with everybody here to like try and get into the nitty-gritty of a paralogism. Right, now this has come from a trip out. We have every now and again we decide to go out and have a little chat with people around the community, if you want to call it that, and try and keep people brushed up on the arguments within this arena. I think some of them have got a bit behind, a bit lazy, a bit stale. So we like to spice things up a bit by bringing arguments. Maybe arguments that people have never heard before. Just simple arguments that people take. Cat's just testing. Oh, thank you very much, Cats. Somebody want to click the button to say that they want a membership and see whether that works for Cats. Right, so yeah, we went out this weekend on a road trip day out because something sort of strange occurred within the oh, see, we lost some viewers there. We see that. Right, let me get this. I'm trying to do a GIF as well at the same time. Well, not a GIF, a meme for Bedford. I think it's about time they sort of updated all of their arguments around this sort of thing. So, oh, wait a minute. We have this statement. We're probably going to be putting it up in the chat quite a lot. I don't know if people can get that. Can see it yet. Maybe need another comment or two to lift it up the page. I'll tell you what, I'll do it again. I'll put two of them in there just so everyone knows. There you go. So we went out and it was about this conversation, this statement. Somebody posted this as a definition. It says a horizontal plane or line. Now, it's a basic definition. So the question was handed out. How would you separate that grammatically into a statement? Like, do you separate the line afterwards of the or? Do you associate that with anything previous to the or? Or do you separate horizontal? How do you say grammatically do that? And remember, this is a definition.
It is inclusively, obviously. So horizontal applies to plane and to line.
Yeah, so you separate the horizontal and the plane or line, right? Either one of those two can associate themselves with horizontal, right?
Yes, you can. It means this statement, a horizontal plane or line, means that you can exchange between plane or line at will.
Yeah.
So horizontal applies to both.
Yeah, that's what I would think, right? But I got told that if I applied horizontal to line, that was me being dishonest and taking things out of context, because that's not what it means. Right, so I was asking people to, you know, what would their understanding of this be? And that's where we came to, I don't know, a head, let's say, within this, because the line had to be separated from the horizontal plane. Right, so within this definition, it was a horizontal plane, full stop, end of, or a line. Now that line was told to us. Well, let's see. I've got some things here in the agents live, right? So copy image, put it in the live chat. Yeah, okay, I suppose it's BioDual, right? I suppose everybody knows who BioDual is. I said he was making a contradiction, and he said, when did I do that? And I said, you think the line can be a circle, don't you? BioDual says, a line can form a circle. What else is a circle but a line? And I say, a horizontal line cannot be a circle. And Henhow says the curved line makes a horizontal plane. And then BioDual says at the bottom, he says, thankful God, the definition says a horizontal plane or line instead of horizontal line. Right, Bev? And I'll get to the next one, because I mean, obviously it carries on for a little bit longer. I'll put this one in the chat here. So this one says, I said, you do, don't you? And he says, I do what now? I say, you think the line, brackets, horizontal, can be a circle, don't you? And he says, why are you inserting what the line is? Question mark. Horizontal plane or line. Circle is a line. In reference to the given point being the origin, its level. Next one. I think this is what everybody else sort of missed. So this was a conversation I was having with these guys, and then I went over to Tartaria, right? And I said, like this, in there it says, and a circle may be described from any center at any distance from that center. You may sound familiar because it's postulate 3 of Euclidean geometry, telling you what you can do to draw a circle. So I say like this, and BioDual says, see, that's fine, sure. So that's where I was yesterday. And Paid Nasser Shill. Oh, he's listening. Well done, Paid Nasser Shill. He's got another definition, because we love to go with definitions. But that isn't the definition we were talking about, Paid NASA Shill. We were talking about Biodual's definition that says a horizontal plane or line. So we go over to Tartaria and start this particular conversation, right? I'll put it in here again. So this one here. So we're talking about this horizontal plane or line. Now, does anybody here think that that line could be a circle? And when I'm saying circle, obviously I'm not talking about a horizontal circle.
If someone insists, of course, it can be horizontal circle or circumference even, but this definition is not saying about that. This definition is saying about line within horizontal plane. Because if you can have horizontal plane or line, it means that this line is part of horizontal plane. So it lies on or in horizontal plane. That's why it is called horizontal line.
Yep.
And by the way, if they are saying line only, it implicitly means that they are talking about straight line. Because in geometry, if we are talking about line, it implicitly means that we are talking about straight line. Otherwise, it would be named differently, like curved line or circumference or whatever.
Yes.
Or a line, if it was not meant to be something other than horizontal.
Yeah, it's a tough one, really, because of all of I was thinking of all of the different definitions, like Paid NASA Shill. I mean, he knows there's a specific one that you should go with, the Merriam-Webster. This just seemed like a really strange idea that somebody could actually separate that line within a definition, because the implications of it, to me, sound ridiculous within for a definition, right? So let's take it that you have a horizontal plane, right? Level is a horizontal plane. Level could also be a line. Now, in Biodual's world, that could be a circle. Obviously, not a horizontal circle. So, could you, for instance, a question I asked him, could you orientate this circle that is a line vertically? And he said yes.
Nice.
So, within the definition of level, he's going to allow himself to accept it could be a horizontal plane, but it could also be a vertical plane, circle, right? Or maybe a squiggle.
Whatever figure is, square, circle, or triangle, whatever, if it is on horizontal plane or in horizontal plane, of course, this figure is also horizontally orientated. So it cannot be vertically orientated because you cannot have both. So when he said that, yes, you can, he is just making a mistake.
Sorry, I'm still doing a meme. Having fun though. Right,
This is
so
just blatantly mistaken. You cannot have a circle on horizontal plane and on vertical plane at the same time. So this is just impossible.
a horizontal plane or a vertical plane. Like you can have a definition. He's allowing himself within a definition of something, the identity of the thing, to have a contradictory idea of what that definition is or could be.
Yeah, this is impossibility. You cannot have the same circle on two different planes or line or whatever. No, maybe line, okay, but not definitely not circle. You cannot have circle being horizontal and vertical at the same time. You have to have two different circles, and one of them would be horizontal and another would be vertical. Two different figures.
Yeah, does whoever, I take it that's Paid Nasser Shill. Paid Nasser Shill, do you know that modern mathematics allows for a straight line being a curvature of 0? Actually a curved line with a curvature of 0. Imagine that.
This is semantics, because line with 0 curvature is straight line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, modern mathematics actually calls all lines curved lines and says that the straight line is a curved line with a curvature of 0.
0, it is negation. So not, instead of 0, you can say not.
Yeah.
So not curved. Not curved is straight.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that he's put a definition in there that says conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. So you could actually conform to a curvature of 0.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is deceiving way of writing, but
that's why
yes,
we're going
you can.
over paralogisms. So thank you very much for that. Right, that is a paralogism because it allows the listener within the rhetoric to be able to manipulate it to their own model, right? They're influenced by their own preconceptions, right, of the model that they already hold.
Yes, but I would say that this is dishonest, let's say, definition, because if there is word curvature and definition is saying about things in reality, it means that it is curvature. So if there is no curvature, there is no point to name it curvature. So I would say that this is not correct definition if it assumes 0 curvature. That definition would be, for me, invalid even.
Right. I've got a couple of these things. Oh, we only got one. We can go to this, I think. You know, we have been doing the philosophy thing, right? Philosophy went to Kant, surprisingly enough. That was sort of like the last one we did. And Kant, within his critique of pure reason, did a lot of work on paralogisms. Has anyone else ever? Because hopefully that's where we're going to go tonight, right? Let me get this. Share the screens for you. See whether we can work out exactly what's going on, because I was been talking to people about this. When somebody says that the horizontal plane or line, right, that you can separate them, there's obviously something going wrong if you can separate that, right? So knowing that there's a paralogism there, trying to understand the paralogism and work through it, because it should be new to a lot of people, this sort of thing. Understanding a paralogism and where a paralogism turns to dishonesty, and what's the difference between sophistry and paralogisms, right? How you can change the idea of what a paralogism is. Right, so has anyone else here got an idea, or because I think we're building up to making or understanding philosophy or old school philosophy, but I'm calling this street philosophy. And understanding street philosophy, what we need is practical logic, a way to use logic that you are able to understand it. Bringing back natural thought to people. Trust your instincts. Just trust your own ability to comprehend the stuff and process logic. Right, so paralogisms. A paralogism to me is somebody, you've taken on fallacious thought and you've placed it within the truth box. Now, that can work in different ways, and there's different processes that can lead to you needing to do that, right? But the easiest step and the easiest one to realize is, if you've taken on information, placed it in your truth basket, but you've never checked it, you've just trusted somebody, an authority who's told you something, and then you take that on as a truth without checking it yourself, well, then you then repeat that to somebody else. Now, could you say you're lying in that circumstance? Or could you say the other person would be lying if given those circumstances?
You are just repeating a lie, or just repeating false statement of fact.
Well, yeah, but that's a paralogism, right? That's how easy it is for you to take on board and own a paralogism. So anybody can do that, obviously, and everybody probably has done that at some point, because you cannot check everything for yourself. No matter how hard you try, you have to be able to put a trust in someone or something to be able to take on that information. You don't really need to use any reasoning powers if you are taking on information just like that.
If you cannot verify it in logic way, then you can rely on your trust only. But many times you can somehow verify, for example, consistency of statement. If statement is inconsistent, then you can check logically if it is true or not. In formal logic only. Or maybe you can check implications. If implications are impossible, you can, for example, create reduction into absurd. So there are ways to check some statements if they are true or not without checking evidence, for example. If we are talking about, for example, a physical object or physical phenomenon, we can check if something in physical reality is possible or impossible. So it is not that way that if we cannot see something, it means that we are armless and we cannot check and we have to trust. This is not that way.
Well, no, I'm just saying, if you take on information like that, then there's no need for any logic. You just take on the information, right? There's in the different ways of information being processed, there is the concept of you just pouring information into somebody's head, right?
Yes, that's right.
Education system, right? Now that information that you've given, you poured into somebody's head. Now, if they repeat that, then are they going to be lying if they get something wrong? If they've misunderstood something or whatever, if they repeat it, that's a paralogism. That's what you've taken on as a paralogism, just as a way to explain how different paralogisms take effect, right? So I'm going to read a few of these things here now, because this is different people's ideas of these things, right? And now remember, this is Kant. A fair few years ago he did this. So he wouldn't know about 2023, all of the things we're in at the minute. So the types of paralogisms and the different things that we're going to be talking about are pretty new. Now, in the cycle of things, you know, the way attitudes develop and all of that sort of stuff, how many times has this cycle been round and around? I mean, who knows? But obviously, we're in a point now, which I think, judging by this definition and how we're going to go with this, we're into new territory. Very new territory. And I'd like you to come along with us on this journey. Because you'll notice it yourself, and the more you notice it, the more we can have these discussions. Right, so a paralogism is a term in logic and rhetoric for a fallacious or defective argument or conclusion. Right, so you've got three different things there. So it's obviously going to need to be looked at for these different ways that these things can be taken on. Right, is examples and, well, from the etymology is beyond reason. Paralogism, reasoning, beyond, para. Paralogism is illogical. Big brackets. Reasoning, particularly of which the reasoner is unconscious. Unconscious thought. Right? You're not aware of it. And because you're not aware of it, you just let it pass. You let it go. Now, where it ends up, possibly ends up in the truth basket. You possibly put it there. I can't do the bishops or whatever. Paralogism is either fallacy, if unintentional, or sophism, if intended to deceive. It is under the latter aspect, particularly, that Aristotle considers false reasoning, the latter being the sophism. That's false reasoning. But unintentional is also false reasoning. But you've not taken it on through a reasoning process. Whereas the sophistry, it's a playing a game, sometimes deceitful, most of the times deceitful. With paralogisms, there's a way for you to be deceitful to yourself, as we'll find out, hopefully, when we carry on with this. Aristotle on paralogism and persuasion. The use of psychological and aesthetic strategies is based first on the fallacy of the linguistic sign for not being the same thing as the reality it names, and secondly, on the fallacy of what follows something is the effect of this. Indeed, Aristotle says that the reason why persuasion derives from psychological and stylistic strategies is a paralogism or fallacy in both cases. Is that right? Yeah. We instinctively think that the orator that shows us a certain emotion or trait of character through his speech, when he employs the appropriate style, well adapted to the emotion of the audience or the character of the speaker, can make a fact credible. The hearer, indeed, will be under the impression that the orator is speaking the truth, when his linguistic signs correspond exactly with the facts they describe. Hence, the hearer thinks, consequently, that in such circumstances, his own feelings or reactions would be the same. So that's Aristotle talking 2,500 years ago or whatever. But he's talking about a rhetoric style, a linguistic style. Well, we're in 2023. Some people don't like a linguistic style. They like to deal with this in text. So they can now add in to this sort of paralogism, the text-based. Because it's a thought that's taken on by someone. This is the one we might need to go over, right? A paralogism as self-deception. The word paralogism is taken from formal logic, in which it is used to designate a specific type of formally fallacious syllogism. Such a syllogism is a paralogism insofar as one deceives oneself by it. Immanuel Kant distinguishes a paralogism, thus defined, from what he calls a sophism. The latter is formally fallacious syllogism with which one deliberately tries to deceive others. So, even in its more logical sense, paralogism is more radical than that mere sophistry, which, directing others into error, still reserves the truth for itself. It is rather self-deception, inevitable illusion without a reserve of truth. Reason entangles itself in paralogism in that sphere in which self-deception can assume its most radical form. The sphere of rational psychology, reason involves itself in self-deception regarding itself. this paralogism is how you can fool yourself into a fallacious reasoning, but without even reasoning. You use misguided logic to obtain whatever conclusion you want. Really, it's laid down like that. Anyone, any thoughts on that?
I would say that the first thing, he is just saying the same as Aristotle about formally fallacious syllogism. So this sophism that he defined sophism. No, this is not true, because above we can read that this is Aristotle's term, not Kant term.
Well, it's this guy, that was John Sallis, The Gathering of Reason, 2nd edition, State University of New York Press. So other people of today, they're allowed to, put their own takes on it, because we are developing, obviously. Kant made his attempt at trying to, I don't know, transcendentalize paralogisms, to put reasoning into a box that, I don't know, made it transcendental. It's weird. I'm still trying to work out what Kant was doing. But he allowed people to, I don't know whether he allowed people to accept a paralogism or to be able to accept a paralogism, or whether he was talking around the paralogisms. But he seemed to put them into a box and nearly glorify them.
Yes, well, I would say that he is trying, Kant, I think, is trying to justify paralogism with psychology.
Well, it says it here. Kant on paralogism. Today, the term paralogism is associated almost entirely with Immanuel Kant. Well, no, I heard of a paralogism back in, I think it's in Aristotle, isn't it? I think it's even mentioned in the Organon, right? This idea that you can take on fallacious reasoning and it not be sophistry, because you can be fooling yourself rather than trying to fool other people.
By the way, paralogism, this is a Greek word. So why Immanuel Kant would be an inventor? He would name it in German rather.
Well, it doesn't say that he's invented it. It just says modern day. Whenever you look at a paralogism, you will go to Kant, and you can try it yourself. Put it in the Google search. It will mostly all be Kant. Well, that's not by mistake, right? Because people don't want you to look at the ultra simple reasoning of Aristotle. They want you to get mashed up whenever you go and look at Kant. They want you to be hidden behind what a paralogism isn't. So that's why I want to go over today a real day idea of what a paralogism is. Like, how do you work this concept into your head, right? Because people aren't always lying to you. People can be told a lie and then take it on as a truth and then repeat that. So they're not actually lying, but you hear a lot of people say, you're lying, right? Now, I've heard it a lot. I know a lot of people call me a liar. And mainly for the same reason that we're going to go over with Biodual, right? The reason he has to be able to separate a line from a horizontal plane is the very reason that we're talking about here. There's hidden in all of this is a paralogism. The great paralogism is the one in the background. Let's see who notices that. But Kant turned it into a really weird. It says today the term paralogism is associated almost entirely with Immanuel Kant, who, in a section of his first critique on transcendental dialectic, distinguished between formal and transcendental paralogisms. By the latter, he understood the fallacies of rational psychology, which began with the I think experience as premise, and concluded that a man possesses a substantial, continuous and separable soul. Kant also termed this the psychological paralogism and the paralogisms of pure reasoning. Now, I'd say don't bother with Kant. Only go after Kant after you've got a basic idea of what. Because if you start with Kant, you'll be mashed in an understanding.
Confused.
Yeah, it's transcendental paralogisms.
And this transcendental is in fact psychological. This is psychology. So he's messing transcendency with psychology. So I would, for me, this is inconsistent. But okay, this is Kant.
Which one have we got there then? What's that one?
I don't expect full consistency from Kant. So no problem.
Right, let me just get this. I'll put these links in the main chat. Just do that while I sort this out. Can you guys see that one? Yeah. Can you?
Yes.
Okay. So this is another article on paralogical thinking, features, varieties, and manifestations. Content. What is it? Views, and how does it manifest? A healthy brain, perceiving words and phrases, automatically translates them into a mental image. Failure to sort and correctly interpret incoming signals leads to distortion of reasoning, loss of logical connections, and delusions. It's about paralogical thinking. In psychology, paralogism, Greek paralogos, unreasonable, contrary to reason, refers to thinking disorders, impaired cognitive function. Thinking activity with a similar pathology is characterized by defective judgment. A logic of narration is that is strange to those around them, and an erroneous analysis of most common facts and events. Violation of the laws and rules of logic occurs unconsciously and unintentionally. So, see, it's not always people's fault. People aren't always lying whenever we're doing this.
Okay, that means only that people are making logical errors because of some psychological issues. I can agree with that, but it's still they are just logical fallacies. Whatever background for that it is, psychological or religious, for example, whatever. But still, there are fallacies, logical fallacies.
Yeah. So paralogical thinking indicates a disorder of the mental process arising from mental disorders, due to which the logic of reasoning suffers. It can manifest itself in systematic delusions or overvalued ideas. This type of thinking is typical for people suffering from paranoia and schizophrenia. Patients strive to prove to everyone their exclusivity and righteousness. People with paralogical thinking do not notice their logical mistakes, do not perceive alternative judgments of outsiders, ignore the objections of the interlocutors, since they are sure of the unwillingness of those around them to understand the real state of affairs. They proud, self-centered, touchy. Outside the paranoid structure, such individuals are able to think adequately. So I like the words that gets used in there, all of this. Is that... Oh, let me just move that over. You guys can't quite see it, can you? Yeah. Right on the edge it was. The hallmarks of paralogical thinking are bias and curvature of reasoning, since any information contrary to the target presentation is excluded. Other facts and events are considered one-sided. If there's a conflict with the main idea, the information is deliberately distorted. In the course of thinking, attention is drawn to individual events or random aspects of phenomena. For example, the loss of anything is regarded as the fact of theft. Other reasons for the disappearance are not even considered. Sometimes a separate expression is snatched from the text on which the falsity or truthfulness of a statement is built. The proof of an isolated phrase taken out of context. The proof is an isolated phrase taken out of context, let's say. Often, a person who thinks paralogically comes to unexpected and strange conclusions. For example, while walking, the breath of a light breeze evokes a following reasoning. A cold wind blows from the North Pole. He wants to destroy the universe, destroy all living things. Soon our land will be empty. That's a bit extreme, but no doubt we could have done
somehow,
that. We could have done better than that. Now, it does keep going. It maybe have a slight bias towards the mental disability here, but I'd say that this is like a scale sort of thing. I mean, everybody, I know I said everybody has paralogisms. Obviously, you have to take on paralogisms. Now, that doesn't mean that mental disability. It doesn't mean you've got a mental disability, all right? Just when it gets unhealthy, I think he's talking about here. All three types of paralogisms identified by Aristotle can be observed in people with mental disabilities. Incorrect reasoning due to the substitution of the thesis taken for the proof. A bit tricky to work out, right? It's not as easily said. It's not as easily taken on, right? Incorrect reasoning due to the substitution of the thesis taken for the proof.
Yes, for me it is clear. It means that if you have premise, so your statement is beginning from if. So this is thesis, for example, or hypothesis even. So if you are creating hypothesis, it means that this hypothesis has to be proven. But some people are taking hypothesis or thesis just as proven, already proven. So they say that they don't need to prove that because it is their thesis, their if, like since we live on the globe or if we live on the globe. So this is thesis. And some people are just, they take that as a proof. This if we live on the globe. So this is just this mistake, what Aristotle is talking about. Simple.
Okay, so that's the way to take it on. You just substitute the conclusion however you want. Just place it there, and that's your proof. Second one, misconceptions caused by the search for evidence. Misconceptions caused by the search for evidence. I think some of these things are a little bit strange. Maybe they might explain it in a bit. Erroneous judgments underlying the evidence. So there's two things there for evidence and one for proof. It says, at the beginning of the 20th century, psychiatrist E.A. Shevelov described varieties of paralogical thought processes. So this is something, right? When people hear paralogisms and paralogical thought, they've never heard of it. But this is erroneous thinking, bad reasoning. You should think that people would know about it, at least have heard of it, because it's worthwhile knowing that people do this. Alpha G's in the chat there says, nothing Bev says is new. No, I'm reading it from here. We're going over this together. There's something wrong with that. He's upset about the para being beside and not beyond. Well, within this, it's beyond reasoning. You can't have side-by-side reasoning. Doesn't make any sense when you say it like that. This is beyond reasoning, beyond logic. You can't just put logic at the side of logic. It makes no sense.
You cannot have error, logical error. We call logical error because it is error in logic, but error itself cannot be logical. So, because of course, if we are saying something with error, it means that we are saying something illogically. So it has to be beyond reasoning.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That's probably been said before, right? It's nothing new in any of this. It's just how you process the reasoning. Like, have you ever heard of it before? Probably not. Have you ever considered yourself that you may be holding paralogisms? How would you check them? How would you check yourself for paralogisms? Simple answer is, you can't. You need people. You need to be able to discuss these things. You need to be able to be shown paralogisms that you may be holding. Because I don't think you'd be able to see them yourself. You've taken them on as a truth. You've put them in the truth basket. Why check them? They're already there. You don't need to check them. Most people wouldn't.
I have an example for this misconceptions caused by the search for evidence. So when we are trying to prove this thesis, for example, we are searching for evidence and we can do it in the wrong way. For example, like looking at pictures. So we are trying to determine shape of the Earth by looking at pictures and even measuring these pictures with a ruler. So that would be this misconception. So some people think that this looking at pictures and measuring these pictures with a ruler would lead them to conclusion that the Earth has a certain shape. So I think that that would be good example of this second point, misconceptions caused by the search for evidence. And of course, erroneous judgments. It means that, for example, that if someone is looking at pictures and measuring these pictures with the ruler, someone can come to conclusion that this is hard evidence. So he is just sure that his evidence is bulletproof, like measuring pictures with a ruler. So this is good method to obtain truth. So I would say that that would be for the second and third point of Aristotle's type of disability.
Yeah. Erroneous judgments underlying the evidence. Right, and there
Yes,
we go.
some people are very sure that measuring pictures with a ruler, it is definite proof for something. We have some people here in this arena.
Right, what about this then? To resonant type, he attributed the desire to use stamped expressions, formulaic thoughts, ready-made formulas, stencils devoid of practical meaning. In their reflections, patients try to fit all of the phenomena of everyday life into paralogical schemes. The judgments of the resonators are exaggerated and not devoid of pretentiousness. It's a bit... I think they're prone to using flowery language, these, don't know, psychiatrists, philosophers, the wordsmiths as well, aren't they? Let's face it. Whenever you're dealing with these paralogisms, you're trying to sell somebody, right? You're trying to sell them a meaning for what a paralogism is. But it's difficult to do it without context in an explanation.
I would say that
It was pretty good, that though. I like that.
yes, because I would say that he's talking about model, for example. If someone has a model of reality, so he has to farfetch some things, some evidence, for example, not good evidence, but for him is good evidence for his model because it is going along with the model. But so he is making conclusions from not good evidence because it supports his model. So not good or even very bad evidence is very good for him because supports model. So he may even exaggerate let's say gravity of his arguments because only because it supports his model.
Like the idea to resonant type, he attributed the desire to use stamped expressions, formulaic thoughts, ready-made formulas, stencils devoid of practical meaning. That's good.
Yes, so some sayings or proverbs, let's say. So
Just pictures, formulas. Just, like just saying a formula is enough. You can say a formula and walk away, right? That's enough. That's resonant type. And the symbolic view is characterized by drawing an analogy between abstract concepts and concrete images, replacing them. In psychiatry, a case is described with toasted bread that fell into the hands of a patient and served as a symbol of fire for him. The following chain was built in the patient's mind: burnt crust, fire, fire, suspicion of arson falls on him. I've not really got an idea of that. By drawing an analogy between abstract concepts and concrete images, replacing them. I'd say that's more psychiatry, right? You're looking into...
yes, so instead of saying some things straightforward, someone is making analogy. So, but in real world, we should rather search for not analogic thinking, but realistic thinking. So we can provide real examples of reality. But instead of that, that kind of person is making analogy, because he cannot produce real, let's say, real image of reality. So he is producing analogical image, non-existing. He thinks that this is analogy, so it is good, but it isn't. So it is very hard to talk to that kind of people. He's creating thought experiments of things that are, for example, impossible to occur. And he wants the listener to believe him that his thought experiment is good. So this is difficult to speak to that kind of people, because they are drawing let's say divergent verticals, and and this is let's say analogy to their reality, and they think that it can prove something.
And the last one, this is autistic type. Mental activity is manifested in the immersion of a person in the world of his own fantasies. They can be filled with deep psychological content, philosophical content, various visual images. Often people this type of thinking are distinguished by external coldness, get that, indifference and detachment from real life. It's just basically, it's building your own paracosm. Everybody does that. People have always done that from childhood. That should be a known fact. Everybody builds their own paracosm. Some people still hold it. It never gets shaken. How does it manifest? This association of thinking arises due to the weak connection between individual thoughts. The famous dancer Vaclav Nijinsky, in his reasoning, pushing off from the ground, from the round shape of the stage, smoothly passes to his own eye. He thinks something like this: I don't like theatres with square stage. I prefer a round theatre that looks like an eye. I will build a theatre with a round stage because I love looking at myself in the mirror. There I see only one single eye of mine in my forehead. Somebody wrote that down.
This is logic of a mental person. So
Mm-hmm.
you have
Yeah.
to get used to that.
In people with schizophrenia, impaired reasoning can be based on phonetic similarity of words. The associations that have arisen replace concepts due to the discontinuity of thinking. For example, having heard a phrase from a psychiatrist about alleged circular psychosis, the patient begins to prove to everyone that they want to kill him with a circular saw. Like, oh, that's what's going on here. This gone a little bit far. Paralogisms. I mean, this is what we were saying, right? They've taken it into the world of psychiatry.
I would say that paralogisms are leading to psychiatric
Yeah.
clinic. Yes, they are.
It leads to mental conditions, but it's not really telling you like where the paralogisms and how you got the paralogisms, because these guys are obviously listening to. I mean, I guess we could have been doing this for a few years, right? I guess I have. I've been listening to people with paralogical thinking. There's a better one of these. Let me get that one. Copy link. This one's a good one. I was looking for a few of these, and like it says, you go through a lot of stuff to go through these. Let me get this out. I'm gonna have to sort this out on the page for you first. Why is it doing that? Okie dokie. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
This is paralogism characteristics types example. There's a lot of it from Kant again. Everyone all right in that? In YouTube, yeah. Paralogism is the name that receives an explanation that is not true. That's I like that. A paralogism is the name that receives an explanation that is not true. It is used especially in rhetoric, which has to do with the analysis that is made of the way people speak. Philosophers also use this term a lot to delve into thoughts, an area that has to do with the logic of things. When it comes to studying discourse, paralogisms are part of the group of syllogisms, which are the ideas that are formed thanks to the union of two approaches that lead to a conclusion. This conclusion, in the case of a paralogism, is the one that presents problems and is therefore considered a fallacy. Problems. Now, I think we've been going over this. These problems that at modern day times you're taught to ignore these problems and just accept that other people have done these things or whatever, right? That's the way you can be handed a paralogism. If you can think, your reasoning process says there's something quite not right here. It doesn't sound right. But if you're in a room of 20, 30 people and nobody else is speaking up or saying anything, like, that sounds a little bit weird, or I don't quite understand that. Well, what do? Do you just accept it and say that, well, nobody else is speaking up? It could just be me. I don't want to make a fool out of myself by asking a question. Everyone could be doing the same thing. Nobody ends up saying anything. Do you take it on? Do you assume that you were the one that didn't understand it? How's it go? I think that's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with that area where something tells you it's not right, but you can't work it out. You don't know. You need to be able to communicate with other people. One of the most important authors, Kant, yeah. Currently, many times the term paralogism is not used, but simply speaks of fallacy. This is area of rhetoric and philosophy also addressed by Aristotle. Today, there are resources that are very present in different branches. Advertising uses this method a lot to persuade its audience, as do different political actors. It's a common term. It's used as paralogisms. You can use them to manipulate people's thoughts, to make them take it on the paralogism for whatever they believe, and they might even believe it's tasty and they might want to buy it. Buy an idea, buy anything. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Yes. It doesn't matter if it is advertising or just political advertising. Anything. So method is the same.
Term paralogism comes from the Greek, and it is given thanks to the union of concepts para, which means beyond. I'm just reading what it says, and of logos, which refers to reason. This means that a paralogism means that what is exposed is something that is contrary to the rules already established. In short, it is a conclusion that is reached, but it is not the true one. Now, at the end of the 20th century, around the 80s, the study of paralogisms had a boom. The French Jean-François Lyotard made it possible to put aside the theory of this resource, and then went on to the practical part of his study and use. But to put aside the theory of this resource. Today, it is not a widely used or well-known concept. Even though it's used in advertising, that maybe they don't want you to know about this.
Yes, because you could spot fallacy, for example.
Yeah. You see through all of the advertising and everything. They want not to use logic to work these things out. They want you to be just accepting of stuff. They want you to keep putting all of those truths in the basket. What's it today? It's not used widely or no well-known concept. Philosophers or scholars at the linguistic level often use the term fallacy much more to refer to paralogisms. They're a clever little trick, a paralogism. You accept them. It bypasses the fallacy idea, I think, the paralogism. It bypasses logic altogether. You would never take it on were you to use logic. In this sense, it is essential to be able to determine the intention of the sender of the message in order to establish what their purpose is when making an argument. If you are looking to deceive your receiver, then you are talking about the kind of fallacy that has to do with sophistry. Again, sophistry, if you're looking to deceive people actively, and paralogisms, if you yourself are either fooling yourself or have taken it on as a truth, right? The paralogism is a self thing. You're not really fooling other people. You're letting other people know that you've been fooled. And as such, you take it on as you own it.
I would say that you are fooling others, but because you are a useful idiot.
Mm.
So useful idiot is fooling others, but he thinks that he is talking wise.
It says, it is already clear then that, yeah, it is already clear then that today's paralogisms have the same structure as syllogisms. They are considered fallacies, and many authors do define them as sophisms. The reason is that although they may seem like true explanations, the truth is that they do not make sense. So there again, sometimes if you notice that something doesn't make sense, it might not be that you don't understand it. It might just be that you're listening to somebody who's holding a paralogism. They're not able to make sense because it doesn't make sense that they've taken on for themselves. It's worth asking people, talking to people about these little things that don't seem to make sense. It says the idea, the concept, and this entire study on paralogisms point almost entirely to the works of Immanuel Kant and to the approach he made to philosophical and rhetorical resource. In his work, Transcendental Dialectic, there is a part in which he spoke about reason, and it was there that he tried to define at least two types of paralogisms. Kant came to establish that there were formal paralogisms and another type that referred to transcendentals. Transcendentals. Like pi. Vaz
I don't understand that. So what number pi for how pi refers to paralogism? I don't know.
Wow. Vaz Ferreira, Latin American, also had authors who delved into the study of paralogisms. Carlos Vaz Ferreira, that's worth noting that, 1872 to 1958, a Uruguayan philosopher, was one of the most important characters in this regard, right? He spoke of the resource of paralogism in rhetoric as a phase of certain chaos composed of failures at the mental and knowledge level instead of errors at the level of discourse, as other authors assume. Wow, I like that. Failures at the mental and knowledge level.
Yes, like Aristotle. So I would say that he was going back to Aristotle.
characteristics. To begin with, one must be careful when confusing a paralogism with a sophistry. Although many authors sometimes compare and refer to them as the same thing, they have some differences, although similarities, right? To begin with, they are statements that cannot be considered true, which means that the conclusion reached after raising the premises is fallacious. Both have the same structure and, in this sense, are the same as syllogisms or enthymemes, which are statements that omit a premise as it can be inferred. I have to read that one again, right? This one, very important. To begin with, they are statements that cannot be considered true, which means that the conclusion reached after raising the premises is fallacious. Both have the same structure and, in this sense, are the same as syllogisms or enthymemes, which are statements that omit a premise as it can be inferred.
Yes, so this explanation about omitting is for enthymemes, because syllogisms does not omit a premise. So in enthymemes, you are omitting a middle term.
Well, any term. You can omit the conclusion within an enthymeme.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yes.
Right? So listen to this again, right? I'll say this again. To begin with, they are statements that cannot be considered true. You want to give me to give you an example? A horizontal plane or line. Now, there's something part on that cannot be considered true. For some people, right? That may be because he's taken on a paralogism, right? And that paralogism that he may have taken on, maybe I may be guilty of it myself, right? But I've said level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Now, people have said that's not true. So if that can't be true, then the statement level is either horizontal plane or line. That can't be true. So where's the paralogism? Where do we put the paralogism in the statement? A horizontal plane or line?
In that statement, there is no paralogism. Some people are implying that this paralogism by separating this line from plane. So they are inducing paralogism in their interpretation of that statement, because in this definition, there is no paralogism.
Well, unless you've got a statement that can't be true, right? Your paralogism is taken on because that statement cannot be true. So you're inducing a paralogism, right? The paralogism comes before. The paralogism is the one that tells you that cannot be true. Like this says.
No. This statement says that objectively, paralogisms are statements that cannot be considered true. So they are false by definition. So you can equivocate paralogism with false statement objectively.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if someone is holding or not holding paralogism. Paralogism itself is not true.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter who has this different or not different approach to paralogism. It doesn't matter if someone is holding this paralogism or is refuting paralogism. Paralogism as a statement has falsity inside of it.
Okay. Well, to deal with the biodual conversation that we are talking about, right? The one that's led us here. He was saying, and he had to separate the line from the horizontal plane, right? Because he's already taken on a paralogism. The paralogism he's taken on is that level cannot be a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Absolutely. So
Right.
this is his I would say this first example of Aristotelian paralogisms. So he is using his thesis, his this is his antecedent. And he thinks that because it cannot be otherwise, so this thesis has to be true. This is first example of Aristotelian what you have read already.
Yeah, he's walking in already with his preconception. His paralogism is being placed previous to the definition.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah. And because of that preconceived paralogism, he's then going to make even more fallacious reasoning, right? That paralogism that he holds will affect his reasoning from then on in, right? In forming another paralogism on top of it.
So he has, in order to hold his paralogism, this previous paralogism, he has to distort meaning of definition. Because in normal meaning of or interpretation of this definition of horizontal plane or line cannot support his paralogism. So he has to distort meaning of this definition. And he is doing that in a conversation with you.
Yeah, and it is a good conversation too as well. But I think that's pretty important, right? Into understanding of these things. Now, because he's taken on this paralogism, then his faulty reasoning it makes him separate the line from the horizontal plane. But it also allows him to say that I'm being dishonest by associating the line to the horizontal plane.
Yes, that would be a psychological part of that. So this Russian psychiatrist. So yes, you are dishonest because you are attacking his paralogism. So this is mental thing.
Yeah, he's taken on a paralogism, and that paralogism is snowballing more and more paralogisms out of control, really. But he cannot accept the opposing position. He can't even attempt to consider it because his opening paralogism tells him it cannot be that. Right? Which, again, I have to keep putting myself in the position. I don't think he would have been saying that had it not be for me pointing out that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. So, I mean, can you call... is it my guilt for saying that makes him take the position that it isn't?
In his judgment, yes. So, yes, this is normal thing for that kind of people. They are misjudging or overjudging other persons or opponents. they are implying wrong intentions. So yes, for him that would be because his thesis is absolutely right, and he is absolutely right about everything. So if you are objecting, you are because for him this is obvious that his worldview or whatever is correct. So if you are opposing this correct worldview, you are just and you are trying to discuss things. So you are undermining. So of course you have to be dishonest. Absolutely, because he is honest. This is mind of that kind of people. So yes, so I spoke to many people with that kind of mentality. So this is not new for me.
Where are we? Now, the big difference is in the intention of the sender of the message when formulating his argument. Paralogisms are not intended to mislead the recipient of the message by posing an idea that is not true. The error occurs because of a bad analysis or incorrect reflection, contrary to what happens with sophistry. Then there are differences according to the type of paralogism that occurs. Some depend on the way in which the argument is made, while other paralogisms focus on the wrong content that is raised. The paralogisms are made up of two approaches, one main and the other secondary, that allow a conclusion to be reached. I think this is quite good. I like the idea of the paralogisms. It's good. I think it's a good idea for people to understand the paralogism, because I have heard a lot of people saying that people are lying and they're willfully ignorant. Well, you should really point these out to people, right? Because you're always going to be ignorant of your own paralogisms, and as painful as it is for people to hear that they're holding paralogisms, it should be pointed out to each other. I mean, if anybody can catch me in a paralogism, then point it out to me, please. I don't want to be holding paralogisms. I don't want to be saying things that are wrong. So if anyone knows, point it out. I will have to point out that I do have a proof that level is horizontal. So you can come out and try that on if you want. Classifying the paralogisms depend a lot on the authors. In this sense, there are three types in which most scholars agree, although they usually refer to them as fallacies. To begin with, there are the formal paralogisms that have to do with the process of analysis or reflection of the sender of the message. Then there are those that are not considered formal, and that in turn are divided into two other types, ambiguous and relevant. Aristotle spoke a lot about the first in his works. It has to do with problems with language use, in differences in languages. Paralogisms can happen because terms are confused or because of the different meanings they can take. See, I was trying to work out where this paralogism would be called. You know, like, how would you classify this biodual paralogism? Right? Because I think there's a pre-paralogism, but then it leads to, like a linguistic, like a grammar switch, right? It's the initial paralogism causes I don't know, like an induced misunderstanding of grammar.
Yes, for me this level with conforming to a curvature is typical example, because of course, in normal sense, this entry does not make any sense. So in order to make some sense, you can say that this is zero curvature. But in fact, you are or someone is confusing meaning of that word, because zero curvature is just denying curvature. So inside of word curvature, we have now curvature and not curvature. And that is just wrong, of course. So you can come to two different conclusions within one word, if this word has meaning curvature and not curvature at the same time, which is, of course, in normal logic impossible, but now people are just using this. Maybe some people are using zero curvature. For me, it doesn't make any sense, but that would be explanation. But this is, for me, just paralogism.
Is that Rob? Welcome.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably got a shitty mic right now.
Welcome.
Oh, now it's better.
Yeah. By relevance, it has a lot to do with the structure of this type of fallacy. To begin with, if the paralogisms have two premises, the major and the minor, when a fallacy occurs by relevance, it is because there is no correct relationship between the two premises that are used. Therefore, the conclusion that is reached at the end has no sense or logic to support.
In fact, author of this text is talking about non sequitur fallacy.
It's like, yeah, like a problem within the formal language of the statement, right? It's just bad structure where the premises don't follow, non sequitur. There are many paralogisms that can be given in this way. It can happen when trying to refute an idea, and instead of doing it with valid arguments, what is done is attacking the other participant, although the attacks can sometimes be against some of the interlocutors or against the context in which they are. It can also happen that when you want to impose an argument by force, in the end, authors such as the American philosopher Irvin Marmin Copy, in his work Introduction to Logic, spoke of this type of Athenian's fallacy.
I have no idea what it is.
Athenian's fallacy, in which paralogisms can occur for 18 different reasons. Wow. Is that it? Oh, it's the end of the article. Right, so there's not an awful lot of this within this paralogism. So I think when we go over this sort of stuff, it's relevant to the times that we're in. And the only people that can spot them is us. And then anybody else, if they want to come in and have a chat. You know, if you want to point out any paralogisms that you think anybody else holds, as long as you can have a discussion about them, and then it's open discussion. Frank, what's that? Frank, we've got somebody in the chat in the Discord here, says, I wonder if Bev knows that airline horizontal on a perpendicular plane to a vertical can indeed make a circle. Seems Bev is afflicted to deny that. I'll read it again because we may just have explained this a little bit earlier, right? So I'll read it again. Frank says, I wonder if Bev knows that airline horizontal on a perpendicular plane to a vertical can indeed make a circle. Seems Bev is afflicted to deny that.
I would say that's something wrong here, because that a line horizontal, he's meaning horizontal line. He's just changing positions. I don't know if this horizontal is referring to line. Is he talking about horizontal line?
Or just like a circle? That he's putting like a line next to horizontal, but they're not really associated to each other. It could just be a circle line next to the word horizontal.
I don't know. And by the way, okay, he corrected. So horizontal line on a perpendicular plane to a vertical. So perpendicular plane to a vertical is horizontal. So I don't know what he's talking about.
A horizontal line on a perpendicular plane to a vertical would be a horizontal plane. So a horizontal line on a horizontal plane can indeed make a circle.
If it is radius, yes.
On a horizontal plane, yeah, you can make a horizontal circle. I would completely go along with that. I don't know why I would be afflicted to deny that. But yes, you can definitely make a circle on a horizontal plane. I would never need to deny that. And I'm glad we worked through that, because at first it seemed like it didn't make any sense. But then once we worked through it, yes, it works very well. So thanks, Frank. Yes, I am aware that you can have a horizontal circle. Yeah, you can put a circle in any orientation you want. It being a two-dimensional geometric construction. I don't know. Thank you very much, Frank. So let's go back to the talk about this. The paralogism that was made. A horizontal line, plane or line. Now, how could you separate them, and why would you want to separate them? I'd say because they can't be, right? Somebody once said level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And that was said because it tripled down on straight. Level is straight, straight, straight. Because a horizontal is straight, a line is straight, and a plane is also straight. So, as everybody knows, level is definitely straight. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, Biodual. What Biodual has done is he's exposed, I'd say, a glaring paralogism. Maybe even the great paralogism. And that being, there is a model that people place at the beginning of their understanding. Frank's doing it again in the chat. He's like, he can't understand why Biodual went for this one, but he's going for the zero curvature. Horizontal condition is what Frank's going with. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the paralogism that makes people go against an obvious definition. I call it a definitional paralogism. This one. But it's only a change of the definition due to an already preconceived paralogism that comes before it. And then once somebody else were to take this on, like if, let's say Frank in the chat here, if Frank were to take on Biodual's paralogism that he's made up due to the fact that he's already come into it with a preconceived idea that level cannot be a straight line on a horizontal plane. Yeah, they always miss off that second one, don't they, J-Ro? It's really weird. Parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's the bit that's always missing. Very strange. Again, that's another paralogism that you're allowing yourself to either fool yourself, maybe for reasons that they to stop a mental anguish from occurring. Sometimes we called it ECV, existential cognitive veiling. There's a truth in reality that's too much. Your mind can't take it. Your mind shuts down and hides this from you. Obvious, basic fact. Even when it's in a definitional form. If anybody wants to come and talk about the geometric properties of this, Frank, I mean, we can definitely go over that. It is Model Affliction Monday. We're quite welcome to talk about any of these things. Like, we did go over this with a few guys at the weekend. We're only here to make your argument better, to prepare you for what's to come. These are only things that happen in reality, and they're only mental concepts that you take on for yourself. There's no problems around it. Who can't talk to other people about what they believe reality to be? It shouldn't be too hard. It all depends on where you put your model. You can put your model before any of the premises, and then the model will end up dictating the conclusion, because you can change the definitions right at the beginning, so you can therefore come to an outcome that you want. If you can separate horizontal plane from a line, then you can put the line as a circle. And then the outcome that you want to turn level into a circle, Well, you can do that by this ability, by doing this very thing. At the definitional stage, just change it there. And that's what's happening in some people. I can't do that sort of thing, personally.
But it's still inconsistent because a definition, this entry, this conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts, it does not say that it is on a plane. So this is conforming not to any plane. This is conforming to allegedly real world, because liquid parts of the Earth surface is linked, allegedly linked to reality. So it has nothing to do with geometry, this conforming to the curvature. So this curvature is allegedly a real curvature of liquid parts. So this is here false thesis, I would say, because conforming to the curvature, it assumes that these liquid parts of the Earth's surface is curving. And this is begging the question. So in this entry, we have begging the question. Because it is not proven yet that liquid parts of Earth's surface is curving. So we don't know if this level is conforming to the curvature, because we don't know if liquid parts of Earth's surface is curving. Begging the question. That's, for me, this part of this definition is just fallacious.
The curvature one we're talking about now, yeah. Yeah, I'd say, like it says, it conforms to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. It doesn't say that curvature has a value. It's pretty. I'd say this is one of the paralogisms that it's worth taking on, because in the sense of epoche and understanding how definitions are built up, this one should tell you that, yeah, how do you know what curvature? Could it conform to a zero curvature? And would it still apply to that definition? I'd say yes.
Yes, but this is fallacious because word curvature, this is positive statement. So curvature, we all know what curve means. So adding zero curvature, so adding a zero to curvature denies curvature. So it would be self-refuting noun. Zero curvature means not curvature. So this is breaking law of identity, because we know what curvature is.
Yeah, but new mathematics, modern mathematics, has labelled a straight line as a line of curvature zero. It's a curve. All lines are now classed as curved lines in modern mathematics.
It means that this, in that case, if it is as such, it means that this part of definition is completely meaningless.
Yeah, because the second part says parallel with the plane of the horizon.
This is, it tells us something. But if conforming to the curvature, including zero curvature, it tells us nothing. It's just completely meaningless.
Yeah, it is the only definition that states that, right? So it's pretty obvious that they were under a weight of pressure in order for people to be allowed to have a paralogism, right? Otherwise, they would have to go with the biodual paralogism, right? Where you have to separate a line from a horizontal plane. I mean, which one would you rather paralogize in conversation with someone, right? Because it does say within all of those things that we were just talking about, right? Certain people use the structure of things, formulas, in a way to paralogize things. Well, this is a perfect example. They're just paralogizing a statement that they've misunderstood, but they're just presenting it as a paralogism, right? They want to say, here's what I've accepted as a truth. Here, look, accept it. You accept it now. That is what I have.
Okay, but if we add zero curvature to this curvature, that tells us nothing. It means that we don't know, because definition has to establish what the thing is. So from that part of definition, we still don't know if level is straight or curved. So for me, this is invalid definition, because definition has to define, to make borders, limits, what is and what is not. And this part definition does not make limits, because all lines are included, straight and all curves. So this is completely invalid definition. Definition has to tell us what the thing is. And from this definition, we still don't know what it is. What is level?
Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. I mean, if you go back a little bit earlier in the definitions, it tells you that the water level is a horizontal condition. So you don't have to look too far to find out that there is zero curvature in a horizontal condition. So it would conform to that.
Yes, that's true, but still inducing this curvature and then zero curvature, it's like inducing error and then denying error by adding zero to that. So this is just way around. For me, nonsensical.
Modern mathematics. What do you think of this? I've got a new thing from WS. I'll put it in the live chat. I've updated to like that. I thought it was missing something. Somebody fact check that for us, please. Make sure we've not got anything wrong with that. Is that okay? BioDual said it'd be all right if we use that. Of course, you've got a problem. The horizontal chord is being. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to deal with that. Have you heard of the horizontal chord? It's what Wallace, I think Wallace was going for the horizontal chord, but I don't know whether people are aware of rumpus and the nutsack drop. The full nutsack drop, not the...
Horizontal chord is hard to find because it is underwater.
Yeah, but that's what Blue Marble said Jesse Kozlowski measured up from the internal horizontal tangent chord plane to the top of the bridge, right? The 90-foot hump, I think. Sorry, not hump. A vertical rise from the horizontal tangent chord plane.
Tangent to what?
It's an internal horizontal tangent chord plane. I don't know. Yeah, you'll have to ask Blue Marble.
Yeah, because it's strange because chord has two points of intersection with the circle, so it's hard to defend that position because according to definition there is only one tangent point.
Well, no, there isn't, because you've got the twin tangent conundrum on LIGO. So, again, paralogisms, they're everywhere. And I don't think people are actually aware of how many, like, snowballing paralogisms that occur. Once you introduce one, you're forever going to be chasing paralogisms. It must be awful. And we've got somebody asking us in the chat, do you think your house is spinning? Absolutely not. No merry-go-round foundations here at all. Follow up one. Do Globers think their house is spinning? I don't know.
Yes.
I wouldn't know. I
Yes,
don't want to go into the other people's minds and start predicting what other people will be thinking, because that's a little bit of a slippery slope. So I'd say whoever's asking that, let the Globers answer for themselves.
Well, I heard answers. So they think that Earth is spinning. So their houses are spinning with Earth. So I would say yes, because they said that Earth is spinning.
Rotating with the Earth. 15 degrees per hour. Thanks, Bob. He was one of the best, wasn't he? Paid NASA shill. He was one of your best men. What would you do without Bob? Where would you be without Bob?
Okay, so he thinks that his house rotates with the Earth. Okay. And he cannot feel that.
Yeah, there you go. There's your answer, Verity Hunter. 15 degrees per hour.
So we have at least one Glober that says that he thinks that Earth is spinning. So the conclusion after that, next conclusion would be that his house also spins with.
Has to, right? You can't have it.
It has to. Yes, this
right,
is
so now his house isn't spinning. Both spinning and not spinning at the same time. Rotating with the Earth, but not spinning.
Okay. No, so he's playing words. Okay, rotating, not spinning.
Semantics. Is that so he can get around a paralogism? So he can hold
Maybe.
a position that he wants to hold.
Yes, yeah, I think so. So
Hey,
he
excuse
can
me,
then.
can I just say something real quick?
Pushka?
Yeah. So spinning and not spinning is kind of like that idea in my mind of a triangle that doesn't have 180 degrees. So I'm diluting, or what did he say? I can't remember what he said. Something about I'm lying to myself. That sounds what these guys are doing. Just lying to themselves about straight lines. Ridiculous.
Well, he can tell himself that it is rotating,
rotating.
but not spinning.
He's trying to play semantics because if the Earth is spinning, the house is part of the Earth as an object on that Earth. So you can say that it is also spinning with the Earth, but he's playing semantics because he's separating his house from the Earth, strangely, and he now thinks that he is justified to say that his house is not spinning. So this is just game, word game.
That's definite model affliction.
Yeah, I think we've got a bot. Is Rarity Hunter a bot? I'm pretty sure I've already answered that question. There's no need to answer. Keep asking the same question. No, my house is not spinning. It is stationary. They don't build houses to rotate. We might not be listening. Yeah, you're right there, Emma. Sorry. Should really come in if he's asking questions in the live chat. And what's Paid Nasty Shill doing in here?
I'm not sure, but I'm actually watching. I'm using them as entertainment.
Yeah.
Them two going at each other. I'm finding it quite amusing at the moment.
Yeah, Verity Hunter's asking Paid Nasty Shill if his house is spinning. And he only requires a yes or no answer. I don't know why. This isn't... I'm pretty sure these aren't normal questions that normal people ask each other. Has anybody ever asked you, is your house spinning?
By the way, Paid Nasashil responded to that question. He said that his house is not spinning because it is rotating.
No, hang on. I'm sorry. I have to get this in. Nobody's ever asked me if my house was spinning, but I got called once on the phone, and somebody asked me if my refrigerator was running.
Running fast?
I don't know why.
Yeah,
Why
it was
would
a
people
prank
want
call
to
joke,
ask
by the way.
somebody about your house spinning? Yeah, Chillister. Washing machine spins. And the dryers. Not houses. Houses do not spin. Do you like the new WS Flat Earth that WS for Bedford? I keep putting it in there. There you go. They needed the extra the extra one. It was missing it. Right, it just didn't feel right, did it?
Yes, because the rumpus is not elevated to high level, because now he's among Wallace, Robotham, and Rumpus at the end. So
Yeah. The new
full
method.
party.
All right, Verity Hunter's gone all because of you, paid NASA shill, because you wouldn't answer a question about houses spinning. You've lost your chance now. Wow.
This is a childish. Okay, no.
Do you think they came in as a team? Flat Earther and paid NASA shill, like, come in.
Yeah,
Is the house spinning? No. Is the house spinning? Please tell me, is your house spinning? No? Okay, I'm going. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Flat Earth versus the Globe. Conducted over a few minutes. About the discussion of houses spinning. That's a usual sort of flat earth discussion. That flat earth and globe earthers, they normally go around those sort of things a bit. Or somebody says the house spinning is a metaphor for earth spinning. Is it?
Metaphor.
Wow,
This
yeah.
is poetic like expression. Strange for me.
Wow. That was interesting. Thank you very much for coming in with the models. I think that just showed us exactly how ridiculous that sort of argument is. I don't think... Has anybody really ever heard of an argument that starts off with is? Is something spinning? Isn't much of an argument, is it?
This is just statement. If something is spinning, the statement of fact would be if we could feel, for example, if I can see that wheel in my bike is spinning, I can see that and I can feel that, etc. So that would be statement of fact. But how can we establish that Earth is spinning because stars are spinning? So, because this is their argument that, of course, we know that Earth is spinning because stars are spinning. So This is, of course, non sequitur, but for them, this is good. So this is proof for them that Earth is spinning because stars are spinning or rotating, rather.
Yeah, but see, what's going on here is now, because somebody's come in and asked that question. You're saying that one side say something, right? The argument has been made in the chat. Let's see how you go with this. You cannot feel the Earth spinning, then you cannot feel the house spinning. But obviously, being a flat earther, guy in the chat, I say neither spins. All comes from somebody saying, does your house spin? Is your house spinning? Develops into you can't feel it spinning, therefore it's not spinning, and the people say that it's not spinning are flat earthers, therefore by saying your house does not spin, you must be a flat earther. It's an argument built up because, like you said, you went along with the fact that certain people say that their houses are spinning. So you've made what they think into an argument, and somebody else has now made that into an anti-argument, a different opposing, like a modus tollens from how you've developed it.
Yeah, I was just referring to what this paid NASA should said. So he was separating spinning from rotating, and he was trying to make argument that his house is not spinning because he thought that spinning is around axis inside of the object. So yes, he was correct, because spinning is going around axis that is within the object. So in that case, house would be not spinning. So he was just trying to confuse people, because in their model, ball Earth is spinning around its own axis. But this is all a fallacy, because all things on Earth, whatever it is, belongs to that Earth, in that sense that they are like part of things that are on surface of the Earth. So they would rotate or spin with that Earth if Earth was rotating. This is just semantic game they are playing.
Well, who just played that game?
Paid NASA shield, I would say.
I would say you just played the game for paid NASA shield.
No. I was part of discussing is always to understand what the opponent is saying. It's not making argument for them, because
Paid NASA Shield didn't say that. I know what Paid NASA Shield said. He just talks shit. He never actually says anything. He relies on other people making his argument for him, or the argument that Paid NASA Shield is meant to have. But Paid NASA Shield never has an argument. Every argument that Paid NASA Shield has ever had, he's had to back down from. That's why he's resigned to text chat. And even in text chat, he doesn't make arguments. That argument that you just made wasn't an argument that Paid NASA Shield just wrote down in the chat.
No, I didn't make argument because what I said, it is not argument. Uh, mm, I'm just trying to make sense from his statements. And this is what in discussion
I
should be
think
done.
what happened was somebody asked him a question about his house moving, spinning, and he said, "Did you stop beating your wife? Yes or no?" That was his actual words. That's the only thing that ever came out of Paid Nas's shill after being asked the question: "Is your house spinning?"
No, okay.
And
So
he's still in here now, after saying bye, playing his little game with the other guy, whoever that is. I don't know. He's still here.
so he's just this is troll game, of course, but normal for that kind of people. So I am not surprised. But
Yeah,
still,
it's surprised. I'm not surprised that they've come back, but they've been away for quite a while. And I think it's because of the conversation that we had on Tartaria the other day that Paid Nasty Shields decided to come back. It is Model Affliction Monday, yes. But Paid Nasty Shield is popular again, right? He's getting his name mentioned. He'll never come in and talk because I think they've all made a deal to not talk to us.
yes, I think that that would be a mistake to talk to us because in live show they would be, for example, ridiculed or something like that, or make themselves stupid or look stupid. This is not good. So I can
Yeah,
understand that.
they don't we don't ridicule them. They make themselves look ridiculous.
Yes, so yes, it's not good advertisement.
Can I get a fact check on the nutsack drop version of the Bedford? Can we make sure that's okay? Because it's not the Wallace, right?
Yes, this rumpus. This
Mhm.
is rumpus's.
Yeah, I need somebody to check that this is okay. I don't want to be putting out in factual information, right? We couldn't. How could we possibly put an untruth on a flatearth.ws thing, right? I mean, it does say, right, that he proved the curvature of the Earth by showing the hump. Sorry, the rise from vertical from the internal horizontal chord plane, like Jesse Kozlowski measured or attempted to measure at Lake Rakia. In that meme, right? But it's, I don't know, would if Rumpus were to measure the nutsack drop, right, the big one, would that falsify Wallace? Would it falsify Wallace's test, but still prove the curvature, right, the drop, rather than the vertical rise?
Oh, I don't think so because in this drawing about rumpus's rect, this auto level is not horizontal. It's not horizontal, so it is not parallel to this internal tangent chord horizontal.
Yeah,
So
but you've got to get the equipotential angle of adjustment from somewhere, right? So the two horizontal planes is sort of a necessity for a measurement of the equipotential angle of adjustment.
Yes, but still, these two let's say horizontal, in quotes, horizontals are converging into outer levels. So they supposedly have the same point of intersection. So it looks silly for me.
Well, that's why we need somebody to check. We need a who's one of the top guys. Is Wally around there? Wally, what do you think of the WS memes? I know you like the WS memes. Similar sort of style, Wally, I found, to the WS memes. But similar to DP as well. DP had a similar style at the beginning. They both sort of developed, I think, at the same, Wally and DP and WS. Very similar.
Afternoon, guys.
Hey, Mobius. Welcome.
Hey, did that Frank guy leave? I had to stop into a store.
I don't think he's
Wasn't really
left, has he?
paying attention to the chat.
Yeah,
don't know.
slightly breaking.
Yeah, Robius.
No. Hence why I hardly ever get on the call.
Oh.
No, so sorry. Not audible.
I was just saying that's why I don't usually open the mic. All right.
Yeah, I don't know where Frank is. He'll be around here, but you know what they're like. They don't really they don't really go for it. I mean, I think the liquid parts would be indicated by either, I'd say the closest we've got is Lake Riccia and Bedford.
For me, the canal or Bedford is better because water is more still in that canal than in big lakes. So it is easier to check, let's say, level of the level in canal rather than in the lake.
Well, yeah, it's actually measured so they know for drainage purposes for the land. They need to keep a check, like a daily, hourly check, really. So yeah, they already know the levels of the water. It's what they believe that level is. I think that's where we're dealing now, right? This is a philosophy issue. Because what you believe is what you take on as your philosophy. And your beliefs of
I I wouldn't say that this is really, for me at least, philosophy, because for me, philosophy is rather proving things. So it is strictly linked with logic. And if someone is believing and putting these beliefs into his so-called philosophy, I would name it rather ideology. So not philosophy.
That better? Do you like? They've put the A and the B on the bridge, so I thought it'd be handy if we put Rumpus there with his pole, so you can see. Even put D up there. Do you think I should have put D up on Alfred Russel Wallace's head? Or do you think it's all right there?
Wait a second. What this D is for?
D's the where the pole is, where Rumpus's flag pole.
Ah, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Because you've got A and B, obviously. And then there's C. The C's on the bridge. So it's only fair that you put D in as well. But yeah, I think it belongs. Let me move that out of the way and put that up there. And we need to get this a little bit bigger so we can get Rumpus in his pole up to. Right, here we go. I should really have. I don't think I actually got that high enough before. Oh, that's not it. Here we go. Tell me if this one looks better. Which one of these two do you think works better?
You covered this memorable Wallace. So he has D on his head.
D on his forehead. It seemed fitting. It doesn't, like, D doesn't look high enough to me. I mean, don't forget, I've been there and had a look. You could get Rumpus to get his videos out and show everybody all the pictures and everything that he's got to see whether D would make it up to Alfred Russel Wallace's head. Only Rumpus can verify how high D goes in relation to Alfred Russel Wallace's head. That's good, that, isn't it? Do you like that? There's a bit of a gap down in the bottom left-hand corner. Is there anything we could fit in there?
Oh, with time, you can add something, some more details, let's say, to this furniture.
So if anybody would like to take on the debunking the misconceptions of Alfred Russel Wallace's Bedford level hump claims, like Rumpus. If anybody can do it better than Rumpus, let us know. If anybody else has seen any of the fabled Rumpus footage that could confirm whether D actually does make it all the way up to Alfred Russel Wallace's forehead. Philosophy of logic. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Philosophy of logic is different than philosophy. Nope. Philosophy relies on logic in order for its claims to be true. Does philosophy have claims of truth?
Yes. But still, tool for philosophy is logic. So
We derive the truth from logic, but is it philosophy that gets the truths, or is it philosophy the understanding, the way to use the logic?
philosophy is a friendship with wisdom, and you are wiser by knowing. Of course, you have to know more truth. So, because if you don't know the truth, or you know false, you are not wiser. You are more stupid.
Okay, well,
So-
when it says philosophy relies on logic in order for its claims to be true, I would say anything
Yeah.
relies on logic for its claims to
Absolutely,
be
yes.
true. It's not that philosophy requires it. I think anything requires it.
Yeah, so yes, this statement is true, of course, but whole science is, in Aristotelian sense, science relies on logic. So also philosophy. Yes.
And he says heliocentrism versus geocentrism is based on philosophy. No, it's a
No,
versus. I don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't. I wouldn't say
It's-
that. It doesn't.
it's based rather on some ideology, maybe worldview, but not philosophy. So
Hmm.
mm, because I think that Revo is talking about really some bias of some people, that they are building their models upon some bias. But I don't know. But this is not philosophy.
Well,
I don't know what he means when he's talking about philosophy, because when I am talking about philosophy, I am talking about Aristotle. But
he could be talking about
or
anyone
Nietzsche.
else. Yeah. Yeah, he could be talking about Hume.
Yes, so that would be rather psychology or ideology, but for me, this is not philosophy, really.
Yeah, would you say Copernicus? I wouldn't say he was a philosopher, would you?
No, rather not. He was mathematician,
With a
astronomist.
suggestion. Right? Because I mean, you can't do philosophy by suggestion, could you?
No. Well, philosophy is some kind of system, at least. Maybe coherent, maybe incoherent. Let's say incoherent, that would be false philosophy, but still, at least some attempt to be philosophy. But suggestion, this is suggestion is suggestion. This is not philosophy. And by the way, for example, for me, Kant's philosophy is not philosophy, because if he is denying our powers of cognition, if we cannot understand what substance is, because we can only know phenomena and via analysis only, So no synthetic thinking about our world. So I would say that he's denying his philosophy, because how can you be wise if you have no power to know, in fact? So that's, for me, this is strange philosophy. This philosophy is denying powers of knowledge. So
Yeah, I mean, like, where's the wisdom in
y-
not
you
logic?
you cannot obtain knowledge, then you cannot obtain wisdom. So this is, his whole system is just denying the aim for wisdom. For me, this is completely nonsensical. This Kant's philosophy is self denying, self refuting, because goal of philosophy is to be wise, and to be wise you have to know. And as Aristotle said, this professor was quoting him, that all men desire to know. And Kant is saying that you cannot know. It is impossible to know. Therefore, you cannot be wise. This is sad story.
Yeah, it says Hubble chose simply not to accept that data based on philosophical grounds.
Hubble or Hume? Because I don't know what Hubble.
Well, Hubble, the astrophysicist.
This astro, yes.
Yeah. So I mean, like, he would be going, I would presume, on the philosophical ideas of Bacon. And Bacon said, don't use deductive logic. So he could dismiss all sorts of things based on those philosophy. But if you take Bacon as being a philosopher, guessing, I don't know. I mean, like, that's the whole point of this. Trying to understand, right? The way I look at philosophy is, you have your philosophy, right? Obviously, other philosophers have had their own philosophy, and it was wrote down, right? That's their philosophy. That's you can talk about what other people imagine of other people's philosophy, right? You can even talk about what you imagine of other people's philosophy, as much as you want. It will always be completely irrelevant to my understanding, right? Because I'm interested in the individual person. Now, what you think of other people's philosophy, or what you think of other people's arguments, or what you imagine other people's imaginations of their philosophy is, it could be wrong. Probably is wrong, right? For you to get in somebody else's head to imagine what other people think. So really, who knows what Hubble thought? And to dismiss philosophy because somebody else dismissed something to have his own agenda, right? Well, what you're doing there is you're dismissing one thing because somebody else has took on a paralogism, and you're allowing that paralogism to affect your ideas of it.
Yeah, so the statement that Hubble chose not to accept, etc., based on philosophical grounds, so we still don't know which these grounds are. So
It's a quote here, right? Here's the quote. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. George Ellis. Well, yeah.
I would say philosophical. He is abusing slightly this word philosophical because this is modern usage of word philosophy.
Yeah.
So
Bacon.
for me, yes. So for me, this is not philosophy, in fact, but they call it this is hijacked term, like many others. But I'm not using philosophy because in that manner because I know what philosophy means. This is Greek word, philos and Sophia. So this is friendship with wisdom. And as we know how to obtain wisdom and how obtain knowledge. So because modern philosophy is not about knowledge and logic, so I don't call it philosophy. But still, some people now are calling this philosophy. For me, this is just ideology, psychology, but not philosophy.
What is philosophy to you, then?
Well, this is what it means. I've just said.
Yeah,
So
just
friendship with wisdom. So and to be wise, I want to know. So, of course, to know the truth. So this is wisdom, and this is pure Aristotelian approach. So I am not inventing my own, let's say, name of philosophy. So no, not my own philosophy. I'm just going with Aristotle because I like it.
Yeah, well, so in the idea of what they're saying there is like they're excluding something on philosophical grounds. So if philosophy is a lover of wisdom, then you're excluding something because of your love of wisdom grounds, the grounds that you base your gaining wisdom, you want to exclude something.
Yeah, literally, that would mean that. So they are just saying that in that case, of course, I think that they think of the philosophy differently. But if you take philosophy in original sense, that would mean that they are excluding wisdom. So, so they are excluding pursuit for wisdom in this rejection. So this is for me funny part of that.
Yeah, it seems contradictory, right? There's something
Yeah.
doesn't sound right with that. But that reason isn't a good reason to dismiss philosophy, in my
Absolutely.
eyes. Because philosophy is the idea of you gaining knowledge. To dismiss philosophy because somebody else has used philosophy for, I don't know, it's about models, that thing, right? They're using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. Now, it's only modern mathematics and modern science that said that you had to have a model. And it was that model that they had to build things around that was being pushed within, I suppose you could say it's philosophy, right? Because they need to dismiss logic to be able to push the model theory within mathematics.
Yes, but in normal terms, that would be denying knowledge. So to support model. So I would say that they are sacrificing wisdom or knowledge or logic to maintain their worldview. So if you can, I wouldn't name it philosophy, but I would say that this is just ideology. But okay, if now this word is used in that sense.
Yeah, it's been brought in, hasn't it? It's been brought into the conversation as philosophy. But I mean, again, I don't know what other people think of philosophy. Like for me, the idea of a philosopher was a guy walking around in a white robe, just thinking about shit. That was what I had, right? People who got to discuss things, thinking about stuff, wondering, just wandering around. That was my idea of philosophy. Now, we've gone over an introduction to Western philosophy from Hillsdale College. And still, it seems to me it was about a lover of wisdom, right? Finding knowledge and using science to discover things for yourself. But as always, things change, right? That what was good has to be turned into a pile of shit. And that's what we're getting here at the end of it is, like, I don't want to have to defend philosophy in all of this, but it is, like Paper says, it's about finding knowledge about things. It shouldn't need defending in any way. It's the fact that somebody's managed to shit all over it and get people to think that philosophy is bad somehow. There's like a split between science and philosophy when there is no split between science and philosophy. They're both the same thing.
Yes, absolutely. So because all sciences in the past, at least, used the same logic. So in philosophy itself, about psychology, about human's body or animal's body or word, physics, metaphysics, all that kind of things, geometry, astronomy, etc., and music, all involves logic. And there is only one logic. So all sciences are tied together with one logic. So these sciences are aware, transparent. Now we live in the era of specialization. But I always was wondering why these people were just doctors in philosophy, and they could be mathematicians, lawyers, engineers, but they were just doctors in philosophy because it means that they using you can use logic in every area or field of science because there is only one logic. It doesn't matter if you are doing mathematics or physics or even medicine, I would say. You have to employ logic, one logic given to mankind. So if you are good in philosophy, you can be good also in mathematics, geometry, astronomy, music, and medicine, etc.
Of course, because you are gaining wisdom, and you can gain wisdom in any area.
Yes, but modern science is based on memorizing and repeating only comprehension. So now people are not learned to understand things. They are just learned how to memorize. And in past days, old days, science was not about memorizing things, at least not solely. So generally, they were thinkers. They meant to be thinkers, not hard drives with big capacity.
The idea of gaining wisdom. But I'm more interested in particularly this arena and that how people have been turned against collecting wisdom or gaining wisdom, and how to improve your I don't know, like you can only really modern day times associate logic with computers. You can't get away from it. And it's the way of processing information. Logic is a honing skill to focus the ability for you to be able to process that information that comes in to end up with a truthful, or, you know, to be able to deduce truth or falsivity through either of those. To me, that's what philosophy is the ability for you to make that processing thing better. Now, you can say, yes, there are philosophers that said that, right? But that doesn't help you achieve any more wisdom. You're just reprocessing what these other people have said. You're just falling into the trap. Well, the idea of philosophy is for you to be able to take that and you to be able to process that. So therefore you get your own wisdom from it. A turning against philosophy, to me, is a strange thing, but I know it's happened. I know people who have actively turned people against philosophy.
Maybe they are just talking, they turned against modern philosophy because they don't know that there is, let's say, real philosophy, forgotten philosophy. So if they are rejecting philosophy, they are rejecting Kant, Hegel, Nietzsche, etc. And I can understand that because they associate philosophy with that kind of names. But for me, this is another thing about philosophy, or modern philosophy, is that this wisdom, in Aristotelian sense, the goal, this final goal, is to be happy, because obtaining wisdom is not just for wisdom; it's to be happy. And modern philosophy, especially, I can see that in Kant, is how to be happy without thinking. So that would be happiness without wisdom. And in the last lecture with Nietzsche, he expressed that, because why people are unhappy now, Nietzsche asked, because they think about death. So it means that let them not think. So that would be happiness, like let them be animals. So this is completely opposite goal, because removing that kind of unhappiness will not make them happy, but for sure it would remove them their thinking. So that would be that kind of animal happiness for us, modern happiness without wisdom. Of course, I have to reject that. For me, this is unbearable. But in fact, we can see that in Kant's philosophy, let's say, this removing this wisdom from happiness and knowledge also. So that's why I object against modern philosophy. And I would say that if people reject modern philosophy, maybe some of them are rejecting because of that approach, this happiness without wisdom. So for me, this is just nonsensical.
If you place gaining happiness into philosophy, then the conclusion that you can come to is that any way of you gaining happiness is the best that you can get, right? If you place the good as happy.
Yes, but of course you can reach many goods. So some people are were saying in ancient times also that let's say psychological or physical pleasures are good. They are the highest good. So their philosophy was just was pleasure for body. But Aristotle, of course, was not talking about that kind of pleasure or good. So he was talking about intellectual goods. So, and now in modern philosophy, starting from Bacon, I think it is just going down to lesser and lesser goods. And Nietzsche ended with just animal goods.
Well, they chopped the good off, didn't they? They got rid of the good.
Yes,
Bacon
of
took
course.
it all away.
Yes, especially intellectual goods. So, in fact, this good for body or for flesh is just necessity to maintain life, but that would be a goal for modern or very modern philosophy. Just to live like animal, be happy like animal. So no intellectual happiness, no wisdom, etc. No knowledge.
Well,
I can understand that
shadow
many
giants.
people object. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like modern day life, right, is whatever the individual wants to take from it. That's one of the things you have to understand. That all of this stuff is down to the individual. And as you can see, there are all sorts of people. Whether all of those all sorts of people were in the past, just the same as they are today, I can't say. Whether some of them are coming out of the closet, let's say, or whether, like they were out there or whether they weren't there. Whether there was more of them, less of them, who knows? The only thing you can say is that today, everyone's different and everyone can pick up on any one of the past philosophers and justify just about anything through those philosophies that have been developed over the years. But all of
Absolutely.
those philosophies, they're just random people. I mean, there's billions of them, the people that could have had a philosophy. If you write down enough of your thoughts, then you could probably develop a philosophy, right? Or in the future, people could develop a philosophy on your ideas, because that's all it is, isn't it?
Yes, but there is one exception, and of course Aristotle, because he used method, this logic. He established tool for philosophy. He created whole system, fully consistent system, and nobody replaced his system with his own system. Of course, Bacon tried to write a new organon. I didn't read that, of course. I don't know if he really wrote that, but I wouldn't say that even if he did, that would be a consistent system, because it would be used in education to replace Aristotle, but I don't think that his system replaced anything in history. So I would say that that was just a hoax, this his organon. But so till now there is only one consistent and logical philosophical system, and this is Aristotelian only.
Just trying to find knowledge and using the best way. I would say a logical method is pretty easy to follow. The basic.
Absolutely, yes.
Simple, and in order for you to understand the basic, then you can move on and progress. But to understand the basic is pretty simple. And to at what point you deviate from that, because once you've got the basics, you can develop into a good structure. You don't need many basics to be able to follow that pattern, to keep the truth value in and gain your wisdom.
Yes.
What point do you think that philosophy sort of breaks down?
I would say that when people realized, like Bacon, maybe he was the first. I think not, but of course he is known and his writings are known. But I would say that there were many peoples who just objected Aristotle's system, this philosophical system he created as a system. So this is breakdown, objecting Aristotle, I would say. So they couldn't bear with Aristotle, and they tried to create own against him, or better. And I would say all of them failed, like Kant, because he was trying to build new system like Aristotle, and he is even using many things from Aristotle, but in twisted way. But his system is completely incoherent. I am trying to read his critique of practical reason. It is just very hard to read, because
I was listening to it, and yeah,
horrible
it's too
thing.
flowery. right? His mind wanders. It sounds like the mind of a madman that just goes repetitive.
Yes, yes, and he's like, this passion, like ideological passion, that he's trying to convince the listener or reader that he is right because he is right, because he said that. It has to be good what he's saying, because he said that many times. So this is just, for me, this just stupid.
Yeah, I tried. I'm trying to understand it, right? But it seems to me like a lot of these things. There's an individual element to all of this, and whenever a philosopher, or it doesn't really matter, anybody that you're talking to, really, like I don't mind admitting it. I only know what I know, and I can only speak of what I do know. So going over Kant, to me, it seems like he's laying his stuff down, but he's sort of saying that to justify his own stuff, he's saying that those people in the past, all of the philosophers in the past, were under a delusion of like transcendental delusion somehow. Like I don't know how to express it, but
Yes, it flows from his Kant's system, because Kant uh, um, is trying to convince people that we cannot know, because
he does, right? He's the one that knows
yes,
that all of the other
knows,
guys didn't know shit. I mean, that's really
yes,
weird.
yes, it is. And by the way, he's contradicting, because how he can know that we cannot know if we cannot know? So he is only one who knows that we cannot know.
That
This is
nobody else
contradiction.
knew, right? Like he
So
knows that nobody else knew
yes,
what
so
this new transcendental fucking misgivings that everybody
yes,
else had. Something that he's made up is the reason that nobody else could have known what they pretended to have known.
yes, this is self contradictory also. So his rejection of let's say old philosophers is based on his new let's say invention that we cannot know. So of course these old philosophers also couldn't know, because by definition we cannot know. But if we cannot know, so he shouldn't know also. So all his writings is for nothing. But still, he is only one who knows, like godlike. Other people cannot know, but he can. This is strange for me approach.
I always find it strange whenever you do that and you look into him as to why people went along with it. I mean, what sort of a person was Kant for them to go, oh, really? So everyone in the past didn't know anything then, Kant, right? And you've just letting us know that. Okay, that sounds good. Right, we'll go along with what you're saying now. That
I would say that he invented a fake individualism. So you are just, in his view, I think you can be a philosopher for your own, without gaining knowledge, without gaining wisdom, purely subjectively. You can just call yourself philosopher and wise man without any philosophical tools, just because of your psychology. So this is for me not philosophy at all, but this is his approach, I think. This fake individualism.
Yeah. Revo says the laws of thought. George Boyle, Boole is a textbook example where logic and philosophy meet. They've never been separated to meet, I don't think. Unless somebody in the past separated them. But for me, I can't see how you can get philosophy without logic.
It is impossible.
Yeah. And that's what I'm more interested in at the minute, is how that's separated at some point for you to bring them back together. I don't think they could ever have been separated, but for some reason people do think that philosophy's bad.
Maybe they learned bad philosophy or pseudo philosophy, like Kantish philosophy or Nietzsche philosophy or Hegel
I think
philosophy.
it's been pitted against science, right? When the new science, big S, separated itself from the old ways, let's say, philosophy and science, the traditional philosophy and science, and Bacon came along and said, no deductive, we need to find a way to manipulate nature. That was the birth of big S science.
Yes, inductive. So no synthetic thinking, only analytic. So you can understand what part is, but don't look at the bigger picture. Just analyze.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to go off. Thank you very much. Good night.
See you later. Thank you. Philosophy is subjectivity versus logic objectivity. Interesting thoughts. I don't know how you can separate the two. You need to gain philosophy, philo, love, love of wisdom, Sophie. You can't gain wisdom without logical understanding. They're both needed for each other, in my view. And I know people have pitted philosophy against science. Modern science. And I don't think that's good. But it just ends up with a confusion, because anybody who's trying to work from one to the other will just get confused about why there's a battle between the two of them. See, you say worldviews are based on philosophy. I'd say your worldview, your world is everything that you know. And everything you know is based on what you've learned. Now, you can take on paralogisms as things that you know, and you can also find your own proofs to find the things that you know. I'm not bothered about quotes from other people. Philosophy precedes physicists. How do you find, this is one of the things, is how do you, if philosophy is a lover of wisdom, then physics is reality, right? The reality. Then in order for you to find your wisdom, your truth about reality, then you would have used logic in the past. In reality, if science is the accumulation of knowledge about a particular topic, then if you acquire the wisdom of that particular topic, then you are gaining the science, right? It's a process science. They were all together. I'd say philosophy, science, and mathematics, all of them are encompassed by logic. You need logic for science, you need logic for philosophy, and you need logic for mathematics. I'd say they're all the same thing, really. Me. But that's just me. Anybody trying to confuse all of that and compartmentalize them into different areas, that's the game, right? To make everything as confusing as possible. But to me, it's not. It's pretty simple. You get the basics and build from there. But you do it on your own. You don't rely on other people to tell you things, because some people lie a lot. One of the best things about philosophy and logic is the ability for you to know when somebody's got a logical statement or a sophist, right? If the sophist is trying to trick you, it may sound like a logical statement, but if you know enough about logic, then you can spot the sophist. And the sophists can be exposed much more readily in a voice chat. So anybody, to me, that just stays in text is able to hide behind sophistry, clever use of words to fool people. So an understanding of philosophy and an understanding of logic will give you a really good founding of how to know to not be fooled. I think philosophy is a way, modern day times, of understanding all sorts of different people, especially with the modern day philosophies or philosophers, let's say, not philosophies. The philosophers that wrote down stuff, I think, are just people who are exposing the mind of how the mind works. And they've just gone into a thought process to work out how the mind works. Now, one of the early things with the philosophy was that philosophy is based on wonder. And you do not need to wonder about the things that are known. That's one of the basics. The things are known are already known. So philosophy is only about the things that you can wonder about. i.e. the things that you can't know. You can only wonder. Now, whilst you're wondering, if somebody comes up and tells you that they do know, well, are they better at philosophy than you? Or is there a chance that they're just bullshitting? Is it a science or is it a bullshit? And if somebody tells you they're doing science, but they can't prove it, then is it really a science? I think physicists should be something dealing with physics, reality. It must be a real science. Is just somebody who's accumulating knowledge on a particular subject. Physicists will be generally should be dealing with physical things, right? The physical world. You're dealing with the things in reality. Well, that is the reality part of it. The way they've changed it to expand into the realms of the things that cannot be known, and adding that to science, then who knows? Who knows where we end up in that realm? Whether can we get back to paralogisms? I didn't know whether we got to the great paralogism or not. If a paralogism is something that you've taken on as a falsehood, then the great paralogism would be the thing that you always go back to, that derives a lot of your other thinking. It would be what is at the base of your well, thank you very much, Skeptic. Enjoyed the Buster song from Free for All Friday and the Bedford Level videos. I'll play that one on the way out. Model Affliction Monday. Yeah, I'll play it on the way out again for you, Skeptic. Thank you very much. I've sent it to the professor today.
Do it double-headed. Play it twice.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we definitely will play it twice. And I'm already got my idea on another mix of that particular song, because I think it deserves it. And the professor was sent
time
it
on
today.
the radio.
So my video editor's gone down, so I can't really process any of these videos that I'm going to be doing. I'm going to have to send my PC away to get it a little bit of an upgrade. Thank you very much, Patreons. I will be able to do that. But I might be out of a PC for a couple of days. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it'll have to happen in the next few days because I've got videos that I need to put out. In fact, I've got quite a few ready and waiting to be pumping those videos out quite a lot. Yeah, back to the paralogism. Have we explained paralogisms, or is it? I think it's going to be a long, ongoing discussion about how people understand this sort of stuff. Not many people want to talk in the live show, so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have conversations, and I'll try and bring those things back into the public, right? I'll have to try and explain them. So if anybody thinks they've got anything to add, come round and have a chat. Let us know. I'll come to you and have a chat. I want to try and understand how different people imagine this sort of stuff. There's some good arguments that are coming, but I know there's a hard discussion that has to come around the arguments, and in order to refine the arguments, I'm gonna need to be able to discuss them with people. There are people in the chat, right? And people that we do discuss things with, but discussing them with new people always brings up new things that we've never heard of before. So that's what I'm after particularly. I'd like to go with these discussions, although we did have a discussion at the weekend, and there has been much discussion about that afterwards. We might have to go over it. We probably will have to go over it. In fact, I know there are many things that we will have to go over again and again. But we'll get there in the end. I think the message, the enthymeme is what I deal with. And eventually we'll get around to explaining that and how that works. It's a very slow process to deliver an enthymeme in the way that I wanted to do it. And it 4 years at least in the planning, and we're nearly getting there. We're very close for me to explain it. There's going to be a brilliant argument coming with that, gods, and that advanced simplicity video is and has been made with an argument in mind, and that argument, hopefully, I need my video done, but that will be I'm hoping. I've got plans, right? I've got so many plans for so many videos and a theme of things that this is going to be interesting. And I know there's not a lot of people that are going to be enjoying this, but trust me, these are some of the best arguments, unrebuttable. Rebuttal. They're not going to be able to rebut any of the arguments with anything. They're just going to deal with them in the way that they already have dealt with these arguments forever. They just have to pretend they're not arguments because it doesn't fit their narrative. I'm keeping away from philosophy because I don't believe they do have a philosophy. I just think that they have a narrative that they have to push. And one of the narratives that they have to push is that we here on the level are, I don't know. You can't really talk to us. You can't come in and unrefutable. Thank you very much. Yeah. Rebuttable. Sounds better, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. So some good short videos once I get my video editing thing on back again. Sorry,
Only
Rob.
one
Go on.
thing. The word you were looking for was irrefutable. Irrefutable.
There you go. There you go. So, if anybody wants to come in and some of these, this new argument, like we took it out on the for a spin the other day, and I'm not joking. We completely silenced a room of 20 people, and some of the hardcore Globers. It's just the way you can put words together in order to develop an argument. Once you understand the syllogism and how to use the syllogism, then you can play around with it. And with, say, fallen or stumbled upon a method of delivery using logic, but using the reasoning part, the irrefutable reasoning part, to deliver an enthymeme. And our arguments are now basically so simple that anybody can understand them. But it's different. You have to approach the arguments in a slightly different way. Let's say it in a Bev-like way, not wanting to, you know, say anything, but I mean the style is different. It takes the argument out of the argument, modern day argument, shouting at people. That's not what we're doing. The idea is to attack the argument, not the person. And as everybody knows, those bunny ear arguments don't actually attack any argument because there isn't one. They don't have one. Unassailable. Look at all of these fucking words. Genius. I like that. That's a good word. I don't know how I'd use it though. It's a bit too fancy for me, that, to fit into a... we was... Who's that? Spaghetti phone. Where are all of these people? Where are the top guys? What happened to them? Where'd they gone? Can you remember Flat Earth Math? He was making a video with Mario Galaxy to explain something to us. I'm meant to be going and having a word with McToon. Was it I Can Science That? No, I'm pretty sure it was Flat Earth Math that was doing the... I Can Science That with Spaghetti Science. Flat Earth Math was going to do the Mario Galaxy. Yeah, I don't know where he's gone. He tends to disappear for quite a bit. I could sell you a real globe skeptic. I bet I could sell way more real globes. It's only a mind model. It's only a mind model, and it depends where you put the model. These dogmatic globe guys put the model at the beginning, and that causes too many contradictions. You just put globe after the conclusions, and then you can have logical arguments with logical conclusions, right? Keeping the truth value all the way through your arguments. And then at the end, you just say, well, that's the real globe, right? It's dead easy. Skeptic, there's no way he's not a real globe skeptic. He'll go along with it. Everybody has to. How can you not go along with the real globe? I'll sell you a real globe. It's just a mental construct. If you base your reality globe on reality, then how can you deny it? The real globe is the future. Comes with a big heap of epoche. A big side dish of epoche.
Did you go over the paralogism from the weekend?
We haven't heard it. But yeah, I've been trying to explain the paralogism. I don't know whether I did it right or not. I think paper may have turned it away from where I was wanting to go. But yeah, I tried my hardest, and I don't think we actually got there. You know, like the layers of paralogisms that cause other paralogisms, and of course there'll never be one of those the guys that hold the paralogisms. Because you can't come and talk about them. That's the thing about paralogisms. Number one, you don't know that you've got them. And two, you can't accept anybody talking about them. ECV sets in. It's too painful.
ECV, I think, is byproduct of just pride. I mean, if you've handed yourself a paralogism, if you've unreasonably seen something like the definition, if you've not used reason within that and you're using an unreasonable thinking style and you've handed yourself a paralogism, well, and you think you're right, I mean, you have to let your pride down to say, wait a minute, the epoche, wait a minute, I could be wrong, hang on. But they're just, you don't see that much.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest steps is being humble, right?
Mm-hmm.
To admit that you've got to, right? You can't go through life not taking on things that people tell you or whatever. It's the ability for you to notice or to at least acknowledge that things, if you've never gained the knowledge of the proof for yourself, then you could well be holding a paralogism.
Sure. I'm sure everybody has a level of a paralogism somewhere, and they're thinking, they just, maybe you don't know it. Maybe you haven't been presented with enough information on that thing. But you have to ask yourself, am I willing to change my mind? Like, what information can be presented that would open my eyes? Open my ears.
Yeah, well, I think one of the benefits of epoche is that that can always be your starting position, epoche.
Sure.
So any knowledge that you gain can take you out of epoche and into a knowledge area, right? It's very unlikely that you can come from epoche into a paralogism. That would be taking on a fallacy from a position of serenity, right? A position of peace, and jumping into a land of contradiction. I think it'd be much safer to stay in the epoche, right? It only comes from when you already hold a paralogism. And when you hold, where I wanted to get to, right, is the great paralogism, then that's one of the easiest things to spot. Somebody holding that great paralogism, because once you know that somebody's holding a paralogism, then you know that offshoots of that are more fallacies. And then once you know that, then you can begin to see those paralogisms for what they are. You'll be able to see the reason behind somebody wanting to separate different parts of a definition. You'll be able to see the reasoning behind people wanting to go and measure impossible formula. See people waving a formula around, right, as a proof of something, but they don't realize that that formula is based on a paralogism. Therefore, it can be proved to be impossible, but they still hold these formulas and things as meant to be as measurements, but they're not. They're just formulas. Vacuous statements.
It was just seeing it over the weekend, seeing somebody take a definition and totally be unreasonable about what they saw in the definition was it's pretty eye opening. I think.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I guess you had to be there, and it's a bit hard for us to explain it without being a participant in it, or at least seeing it. But I was wondering how to go over it. Like, could you just sort of put it out there? I think it was so uncomfortable that it would probably be. I don't know.
I don't either. I mean, but how many people would take that stance? Like, if you read a definition and you totally unreasonably take words out of context within that definition. I mean, how many people are going to be willing to stand up and say, yep, I think he's right?
Well, that was the thing, right? Of everybody that was in there, there was no defense. Right? Now, I have heard people say that they've sat back not saying anything, even though when they hear somebody say something, it just sounds wrong. But they don't say anything because they assume that everybody else is not saying anything, so they do understand it. Well, you saw at the weekend that nobody else came to his defense, or, you know, like whenever they said that. So how do you gauge the opinion of everybody else in the room when those sort of situations come about?
Yeah, nobody speaks up. Yeah,
it's hard to know.
I don't know. I was just I was amazed that, somebody could take one word out of a definition and totally have it the opposite of the words that precede it. I'm like, yeah, it was, wow. I mean, that's about all you can say about it.
Well done. Oh, Blue's here. Welcome back, Blue.
Let's see. Like, he would be someone I would say would Blue agree with? I
Yeah.
don't know.
I'll put it up there, Blue. Have you heard about this, Blue? Because we've got here we go. Put that there for you, Blue. It says level is a horizontal plane or line. Now, would you say that line is referring to a horizontal line or a vertical circle? Or could it be referring to a vertical circle? Because that's what we were dealing with at the weekend. And I'd say the answer would have to be an uncomfortable one. Or it would be uncomfortable I think, for somebody like Blue Marble Science to have to hear other people attempting to answer that question. Because I'll say now, I think that separation is in between the horizontal, saying that's the orientation that we're dealing with, and the either or is a plane or a line. So it's a plane or a line that is orientated horizontally. That's, for me, that's what level is for me. And now I've asked a few people.
Well, you'd also have to include, like, grammatically. Like, if you come from a stance of just grammar in general, how would you accept those words being placed together?
I would assume now will be the time for the silence.
Well, I mean, that's what happened, yeah.
Yeah. Because there is no answer, right? It's like I said, BioDual has exposed something that I don't think he's aware of what he's actually done. This is a very powerful statement. And, for the way that BioDual has gone around this, I'd say thank you, BioDual.
I mean, yeah.
You'll be exposing something that there is no answer to.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you have to either say something that's grammatically incorrect, right? You expose yourself for not understanding grammar and how definitions are built up and a contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
Or you have to admit to the ultimate I don't know what's that. I mean, you can't have that line being horizontal, can you? Because that would mean that level is or could possibly be a straight line on a horizontal plane. And that's a no-no. You're not allowed to say that. They spent 4 or 5 years saying not that. So the t-shirt range coming out soon. Look forward to it. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. True level, bitch. That was a fair few years ago, though, right? But been there, done that. Now we're down to new arguments that have never been heard before. So thank you, BioDual. Can you separate the horizontal plane with the line and have the line being, I'm guessing, could you call it the antithesis of the horizontal plane? Within a definition. Couldn't you, right?
I think so.
Could you build a definition where you have a horizontal plane and then the definition being the antithesis of the first statement after the or?
Well, you can't have an antonym in your definition. I don't.
Are you sure? Are you sure that's a rule? You're not allowed to put an antonym straight after your synonym.
Yeah, you're trying
Within your
you're
definition.
trying to describe something or define something. I wouldn't think you'd put an antonym in your definition as a descriptive to describe.
You
to
might have a
define
point there, Buster. Why didn't you bring that up the other day?
Because I kind of just thought of it after we were talking about antinomies yesterday. Yeah.
It's great how these arguments develop, isn't it? I won't miss that next time.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So thank you, Buster.
But I mean, I kind of did ask that question, like, how can you have the words preceding in that definition describing the word, and then the word that follows or to be an antonym? I mean, how can you have them as two separate things? That's a contradiction.
Yeah, I think Blue Marble's got mixed up as well. He's not really understanding the procedure. If you build something, Blue, on a paralogism, then that thing itself can become a paralogism, even though it's the same structure. Like BioDual, he built the line upon a paralogism that he started off with. Now, does that make that definition of a line a paralogism? Or is it just a paralogism in BioDual's mind? Because to me, it's a horizontal line. Now, that, to me, isn't a paralogism. But BioDual, within his frame set, would say my understanding is a paralogism. That's the bit that gets a bit difficult, because you then have to start dealing with how you structure your understanding. It's about philosophy. How you structure your understanding and your knowledge, and how you manage to gain knowledge. Do you notice paralogisms? I've noticed that Blue Marble hasn't answered anything, but he might not be listening. It might be a bit too painful. He turned the sound down.
Fair enough.
Turn down the sound. So it has been good. And thanks for joining us tonight. Done 4 hours, midnight. Tomorrow, I'll be doing tomorrow. I can't put my PC in. So we're going to go over C.S. Lewis, the final one for the lecture on the introduction to Western philosophy. So maybe Wednesday we might be going over what we've got from the philosophy and where we think the group should be going. I personally want to go and do the Euclid, but I think I don't know whether we're going to start that this Wednesday. I might need to put my PC in. So join us tomorrow for the final installment of Introduction to Western Philosophy from Hillsdale College. We will be doing our own philosophy work after that, but we will be doing Euclid, you say. And I'll we'll start talking about and explaining this argument that will silence. It's all right, Blue. I know, we know it's too hard. Nobody can answer it. It's one of those things where you just silence a room because there is no answer.
Yeah.
What's it built on, Blue? What you talking about? It's just a formula. What does it mean? What's the understanding behind the formula? You can't put a paralogism to a formula, but you can if you're waving a formula around as though it means something. Then what does it mean? Is that meaning a paralogism, Blue? I don't know. You'll have to explain more. It seems like you don't understand what we've been saying.
Yeah.
It's just a mathematical formula, Blue. You're crazy. I think that what he would mean is x equals 3, wouldn't it?
Yeah, more template paper.
Oh, is that hot mic, Rob?
All right. Thank you.
Is it? I think it might be.
Sorry. No, I'm good. I'm good. Don't worry. Don't need to mute me. Sorry.
All right.
I'm still
No
here.
problem.
I am good about Delta and listen to Buster on YouTube. Thanks, Buster.
Yes, sir.
Okie dokie. Let me get this. It's quite interesting that Blue's misunderstanding of algebra formulas thinks they might be paralogisms for some reason. I think he must have come in late.
Yeah.
Suggest you go back to the beginning, Blue, and listen to all of that. Sounds like you can do algebra.
See you tomorrow.
Is Blue deleting stuff? I think he is. Sounds like you can do algebra. Thank you very much, Blue. But delete it as soon as you can. Paid NASA Shills putting up a paralogism for you, Blue, in case you didn't understand. Not mathematical formulas. It has 2 correct answers. So is it a paralogism then, Blue? By the fact it has 2 correct answers. You'll have to tell us, Blue. Let's have a meet up. You can have a go at the biodual definitional paralogism if you want. No formulas involved. just basic understanding. Okay, let me get Buster ready. Boom, new one. And simplicity. Thanks for watching. Join us tomorrow. Philosophy night. This is where we get this from. Listen in, Blue. See if you can join the ontological argument. Join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock PM UK time. What's going on?
In my mind, existence must be necessary to the idea.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find truth from things of old.
I have an idea in my mind. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. The idea in my mind. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. Think about it. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. What's the conclusion?
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
I have an idea in my mind. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
You're flat out contradicting
You'll
yourself.
find truth from things of old.
You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Think about it. It is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. That is a necessary property of triangularity, triangleness.
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
Therefore, the fool
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
The fool,
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction. He simultaneously says, I have an idea of God, and then I don't have an idea of God.
Everyone must see it for themselves.